Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain. Yo, what's up? What's up? First to the circus show? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say this is a circus? A little hungry this morning. Oops. Why is my camera not working? Hello? There it is. Oh, the camera wants to look at my boobies. So one thing about this camera is it manually moves, and sometimes it just kind of resets weird. Also, why does this scene have the other thing rolling? Let's see. And boop. There we go. Made myself a little breakfast sandwich here. You think it would default? I mean, it's not at the default position, but I think that's what happens, right? Is it goes straight on to the base, where I have it actually slightly off because my monitor's on an angle. By the way, why is it? Why is it that when I do this and go use abyssal well, an autopath, it never uses the well? Did they fix it yet? Yo, what's up, Pinks? Let's see if it uses the well this time. I have yet to manage to get this to properly use the well. Yeah, it doesn't queue up the well. It should queue up the well, though. Why? That would be a nice change. But I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. Holy fuck! Oh my god! What is going on here? Holy shit! What is going on? You fucking suck! This guy, oh my holy goddamn! The fuck was that? Genius, yeah. That's actually, now that you mention that, that's everybody trying to haggle with me right now for my fucking graphics card. And I just refuse to fold. $1,700 Canadian. I've had a bunch of people offer 1,400. And one person 15. With prices of the cards going up, though, and the fact that they don't have to pay tax on it, I refuse to take another couple $100 hit when they're already saving like $800. They're already saving a third of the price that they would pay buying it brand new. Anybody else having that issue? I'm not showing any dropped frames, so it shouldn't be my end. Normally, if you guys are getting a lot of buffering, I'm dropping frames if it's on my end. Let me know if it happens at all to anybody right now. This person needs to get off! Get off! Get off right now! Fucking people. $20 more contribution points, and then I'm gonna take a day to redo my empire. You're fishing? Are you not fishing at the same spot? I could have swore you were. I've been trying to stay on top of my farming, making sure I fertilize it too, so I get that extra cycle every day. And then for like 2 weeks, I didn't fish at all. I was just hitting the dummies overnight. You don't want to take the money hit? It's not much of a money hit, to be honest. There are some really bad days where you don't get any of the pinecone fish. But, and yeah, then you don't get anything because you don't have any rares to fall back on. But, like last night, I made 2 mil. The 2 nights before, I made 2 bill a night as well. So I made 6 bill over the last 3 nights. I feel like the average might be a little bit higher, but the minimums are a lot lower. By the way, I still have not managed to get a single sailing artifact. I'm starting to think these things don't exist. Let me take a look at Garmoth. Let's see. Artifacts, artifacts, artifacts. Sail. Sailing mastery. Wait, it doesn't say where to get them from anymore? What rod? Well, I got the pay-to-win rod right now. Although 2 weeks of the 1 month on it got wasted because of the XP event. Fucking kind of pissed me off. Yeah, that's what I have. There's no buffs on this channel. I should probably just do the bosses. Kanjara? Kanjara probably has an answer to that. I'm pretty sure he's normally a suck ranger but grinds on awakening, so that might be true. And it runs out of durability. Oh, you need durability reduction pets. You need to make sure like you have your durability reduction maxed. And then you never run out. Like, look at the durability I still have left on my rod. There's 5 days left. Like I said, I did miss 2 weeks of it. But they typically only get to half durability. Okay, let's start with a little bamboo. Shit. Got hit by that anti-heal thing. Gotta be careful. took out the Zethiann Moan. No, I didn't. Huh? No, I didn't. Blinded by that big erection in front of your face while you're looking for the moan. Yo, what's up, Mr. Lakota? What is he doing? Why does he keep disappearing? Like a sleep stressed out. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. It's because you're setting the routine now. Once you get into the swing of the routine, the stress goes away. What patience light stones do? I don't remember what those ones do. Those life skill mastery light stones? Any prediction for this upcoming lab? I think we got a 50-50 chance at Sakurai being on there, because Sakurai was supposed to be in February. So if it's not on this global lab, it's got to be on next one, if they want to make it in by February. I think this change was primarily the DR changes, like last week. And then it seemed like there was a primary PvE focus on the global lab this time. I think there's going to be a bit more PvP-related changes this week. And then hopefully the RBF ones, because we're still late on those, right? Yeah, AOS is also supposed to be out this month, so there's like a 50-50 chance that AOS is this week or next week, right? So I think they do one more round of PvP changes, and then get AOS started. I think that's what they do. I think they removed maybe a couple of CCs off of Seraph. Maybe move one of the CCs to one of her or move, get rid of a CC and make her combo a little more protected. Because she's quite unprotected while doing her combo. I think they should get rid of like either WF or Shift F. I would really like to see some Awaken Meiwa changes. It is actually tragic how down bad that class is, how ignored it is. Kind of blows my mind. Awaken Meiwa. That's true, she can dodge mid-combo. You're right, because she can split it up because of the way that buff works. And with a 3-second cooldown on her dash and it being iframe when it's off cooldown. That is a big asset for sure. It has to be turned into a meta class, at least Awaken Musa level. Yeah. The thing is, like, back in the day, the reason why Awaken Meiwa was popular way back in the day is, you know, Musa Meiwa were the apex of mobility back then, right? Which kind of leans to exactly what you're saying. But also, it was the premier anti-evasion class in an environment where there was, like, the only thing we had was red coral earrings to deal with evasion. But ever since, you know, they've normalized accuracy across the board, now there's plenty of ways to deal with evasion. And now, like, Musa isn't the apex of mobility anymore. Yeah, she really has, like, nothing going for her. Yeah. Well, and I don't think Forrest is saying that they shouldn't do anything with it. I think he's saying that almost no matter what they do with it, but that people will still do, like, other classes that fill that role better. Because that's how those Fodom people work, right? When there's other classes that satisfy that role better, if she even gets 80% of the way to what they're at, people will still play those classes, primarily. But yeah, I mean, the people who love and want to play Awaken Meiwa, there'll still be a small handful. Like, Vert maybe would go back to it. Maybe you'd see Nayashi playing again. I think a lot of people, though, I think all classes should be viable. So even if it was, like, I don't think we need to make it so strong that everybody wants to play it. I think if the people who, like, I just try to think about, like, if they ever did something to Sage that just, like the reboots, if I had to deal with what happened to Sage all over again, like during the reboots, I would be so upset. I would leave Sage and I'd just be constantly on another class, just every patch notes, hoping there was one day a patch bringing me back to Sage. And I have a feeling there's a lot of people out there that are that way with Meiwa right now, Awaken Meiwa. They don't want to play the suck play style of just basically spamming R&B and arrows, hoping to catch a stiff. Yeah, Awaken Sage is definitely at that sweet spot right now, where I don't think it's going to get nerfed, but I'm not confident it won't. It's at that level of strength. It requires a little bit of effort in terms of stamina management and paying attention to cooldowns. It's not overly hard. It's like, yeah, right in that sweet spot where it's got a lot going for it. And it's on the borderline of, okay, maybe it needs some nerfs. But I know exactly what I would do with it. And people would be mad at me, because it would be overall a nerf to most people who play Awakened Sage. But I do genuinely feel like the class would be better and more engaging overall. And I'm probably a narcissist for acting like I feel what I know what's best for the class, but it's, you know, my opinion. I know I would certainly enjoy it more. Let me pull up a little notepad here. Okay, add window capture. Notepad. Here we go. Windows 7 no. Windows 10 and up? There we go. Okay, so Sage changes. These are the changes I would do to Sage. I would do so remove ranged grab. Who are the big bussy boys? What? Oh shit! Oh goddamn! Oh goddamn! Oh shit! Busted! Oh Windows! Goddamn it! You guys, I hate when Windows does that. Fuck. Okay. I would remove the range grab. I genuinely don't think that Awakened Sage needs a range grab anymore. I think the way it was originally designed, the way it was originally moved, if it had a melee grab, it would never be able to land it because every ability moved it at range and you didn't have any protected ways to really close the range. But now with Lightning Surge having a protection, the way Impaling Flash and Judgment are all designed, it does not need the ranged grab anymore. I think the range grab can go. Reduce here. Reduce damage on Spearbolt, Aftershock, and Judgment. I think any fully protected movement abilities should not be doing that much damage to. Like, these are fully protected SA, iframe, SA abilities that are fucking chunking people. And it makes it very unfun to fight against when you're just seeing chunks of your HP disappear as this idiot constantly blinks around you. That makes it unfun to fight against. And there's no counterplay other than just praying that he runs out of stamina before you die. We're going to start with the nerfs. I'll take a look at the skills to remind myself. Oh. Remove Impaling Knockback. I think all block jumps. I said this before Sage got this. I'm applying it to my class because if I want to be one thing, I want to be consistent. Any ability that moves you behind the target should not have a CC attached to it as well. That should be a separate input that requires you to manually do it. There should not be abilities that fucking do that all on its own. Because it's such fucking nonsense. Okay. all in all, I think those things primarily would help a lot. Here, I'm gonna put little notes underneath too. Class has plenty of ways to close the gap and melee grab. Doesn't need a range grab anymore. Fully protected movement should not be doing this much damage. No classes should have a CC attached to an ability that moves behind targets. I stretch this. Will that fix it? There we go. Okay. Now, buffs. So, add knockback to lightning surge. Compensation for impaling knockback removal. So lightning surge is this ability here. It does not move you far, right? So if you still wanted to go behind a target and impale, you would have to do this behind them to land the knockback. It requires, oh, I guess you guys can't see because this is in the way, right? So instead of this just going behind and CCing, you would have to tap spacebar. Right? You would have to do this instead. It's still pretty fast, but it consumes more stamina. You burn an additional cooldown. It requires thought. And it would have some other uses too. Okay. This, no, I'm going to do this one last. What else was there? Okay. We're going to do... I also want to do bug fixes. In upsurge. How do I phrase this? Upsurge, cancel. After enlightening bolt does forward upsurge instead of lateral. Makes no sense to have a ranged cancel after a melee cancel after a ranged catch. So for those of you who don't understand what this means, this ability here in Lightning Bolt is a ranged ability, right? When you do that, if it CCs someone at range. But Upsurge, it does a small damage area. Where, I guess I can't show you the lateral one. Right? So, like, if I do this, and, like, I can CC somebody all the way over here. But if I do this, that's a range cancel. The damage is coming out right here. They're CC'd over there. They're not even in range. Now, Sage has an ability that after certain abilities, it does a forward upsurge. You see attack, lateral, forward. One replaces the other. So, like, if I do this, that does a forward upsurge. And it does that properly after Radiant Annihilation. It doesn't do that after Enlighten Bolt. So it should do the forward upsurge after a Enlightening Bolt. Shock relay. Able to be used on cooldown as described. Can't currently spam it even when it's on cooldown. I don't know if you guys Awakened Sages know this, but it has like, it's almost like they accidentally folded the overcharge mechanic into shock relay. So if you take a look at it, you are supposed to be able to use this ability while it's on cooldown, right? And you can use it a second time, but if you keep spamming R&B, you can't use it a third time. So if there is that little window, as long as you're overcharged, you can still always use it, right? But as soon as you're not overcharged, even though you're supposed to be able to use it when it's on cooldown, you can't. I don't know if maybe they intended on it to being an overcharged thing and never put it in the tooltip, or it's just bugged. But yeah, it is bugged in that way. Okay. And then this is the big one. So, improve overcharge system. Add overcharge charges that stack up to 3 times. Each overstack charge can be used to amplify, interrogate, and rift storm. Both of these abilities are terrible. And here, I want to actually put in brackets here compensation for damage reduction on Spearbolt Aftershock. Holy fuck. And Judgment. My fucking keyboard's in gaming mode, and every time my freaking finger lightly taps any single other key. Okay, both of these abilities are terrible. And improving the overcharge, the non-existent overcharge system would make the class feel more engaging and interesting. So that's, let me lock my beat started. That's this ability, and not this, but this ability. Both of those abilities are pretty terrible abilities. So I think if you made the Sage build up, basically overcharge is something that builds up as you chain abilities together. But it doesn't build up right now, it just allows you to use some abilities when they're on cooldown. There used to be a whole bunch of benefits, like Lightning Surge used to get, I think it was Down Smash and Air Smash when overcharged. Bolt was usable while overcharged, it still is. This one is the one that stuck. There was, fuck, I can't even remember. There were a few abilities in our kit that when you chain them, when you maintained your chain, they would have additional attributes to them. And they've changed so many abilities over time that the only thing that exists now that benefits from overcharge is Bolt. It is a completely forgot about system. So I would like them to bring it back and turn it into, like, you can build up to 3 charges, and then you could expend those charges to amplify 2 abilities that are useless in our kit and maybe make them useful. So, yeah, that's... I think doing this would make the class more fun to fight against. Because these abilities... These are punishable abilities, too. This is a forward guard. This is a... Amplifying. Here. Amplification could be either faster cast or more damage. But yeah, I feel like this right here, these two things make Awakening Sage unfun. Actually, all of these make it unfun to fight against. I don't think it needs this. I think the range grab actually hurts Awakened Sage, because since we have a grab that has two different... It can grab two different ways. It causes it to bug out a lot of the time, too. I know a lot of you guys have constantly heard Awakened Sages complain about our grab, and you think it's just cope or trolling, but legit, it fucking bugs out. I would take our grab over any other grab, and I think the reason is... The only reason I could think of why it bugs out way more than other grabs is because it has two grabs, right? Not two different grabs you can use, but depending on your range, it has a bound grab if it's melee and a floating grab if it's range, and I think that is causing issues. Oh, you can't see once again. That is causing issues with, like, if your client thinks you're at range, but the server thinks you're at melee, or vice versa, I think that's what causes the really weird interactions with Awakened Sage's grab and it not working, is a discrepancy between the server and the client when using it. So... And I think if they're going to remove any of the two versions, it should be the ranged. But, yeah, these things in general make the class unfun for people to fight against. This adds more thought. There's also some more uses to it, right, than just impaling. So there would be additional... I think there'd be more benefits than the loss of this. And this would just make these abilities, two abilities that have been useless to us. Not completely useless, but pretty underwhelming, ask any Awakened Sage, and would make them a lot more interesting. And these would be just nice bug fixes. But yeah, if I had the Reigns of Sage, those are the changes I'd make to it. And I know a lot of that first shit. A lot of this shit. A lot of Awakened Sages would be mad at me for all of that, because they like that. They like this shit. They like it. Because all this shit makes them strong. Do you have a problem with any of those changes, Zeeks? I'm open to conversation about them. Dang, I should have horse buffed. Oh fuck, I didn't finish my bosses. God damn, I don't even have my boss stuff equipped. Ah, fuck, I didn't even do Sangoon. God damn it. Oh wait, maybe I did swap. Okay, I did. I just didn't do Sangoon. I forgot to do Sangoon. I feel like I only did one Apex as well. Oh no, I did both. I just didn't do Sangoon. Fuck, and now I'm stuck in Marnie. Oh shit. I have to just skip that pack. now. No conversation. Tragic. Everybody wants nerfs in this game until it comes to their class. It's so funny how often you hear people talk about, yeah, they need to do that old option number 2 that everybody voted on because we need more forward guards in the game. And then it comes to their class and they're like, oh no, I meant everybody else gets forward guards, not me. Yo, what's up, lovely kiss? I'm used to forward guards? I know. Full SAI frame and a gravity. Hey, what's up, Mage? Good morning. Good morning to you. So we're nerfing Awakened Sage? Yeah. Just saying, if I made changes to it, I feel like those would make it more interesting. It'd be a more interesting class to play. And not feel as unfun to fight against. Like I said, it doesn't feel fun to fight against a class that is blinking around you and you're losing chunks of your HP. I think you could also ease up on the stamina. That's one of the biggest issues. One of the biggest reasons they had to nerf the stam again, too, right? Is because when you're doing fully protected movement, you have a fully protected movement chain that's also doing damage, then the only way to get the class to stop doing that is to add a stamina limitation. No. Spear Bolt is fine. You're getting CC'd out of the middle of your Spear Bolt because you're using Aftershock. You don't actually get CC'd out of Spear Bolt. If you record every single time it happens, you will see you're doing something unprotected right before, and that's what you're getting CC'd out of. One of the best ways to do this, and I proved it live on stream, is go into AOS, for example, right? And if you're in a match that's being recorded, just do a bunch of Spear Bolts and shit. When you eventually get CC'd out of one, once again, check the VOD and look. Like, do a little shadow play, and you will see that right before you did the Spear Bolt, you did like a shock relay, right? And then, if you go watch the replay that's recorded, that's on server side, you'll see that you never did the Spear Bolt. That you actually got CC'd directly out of the unprotected ability that preceded the Spear Bolt. Spear Bolt is perfectly fine. And the more you're armed, the more you realize this information, the less you'll start getting CC'd out of it, because you'll start making sure you're not doing unprotected shit in bad situations right beforehand. Judgment, on the other hand, does have a micro gap at the beginning. It's really small, people can't punish it intentionally, but you do occasionally get fucked out of it. The funny thing is, though, with Judgment, when you get CC'd out of it, it usually leaves you laying it down in the air, and people can't touch you half the time unless they have really big AoE. I don't think your SA block should drain stamina, and I don't even think it should lock stamina. I think that would be really bad for a lot of SA block classes. But maybe reduce your stamina consumption, or recovery, sorry. Maybe you lose like 25 or 50% of your recovery while you're holding your block. But I think consumption on a Q block would be a massive recorrect. Overcorrection, I mean. There's a lot of people in this game that I don't think realize how quickly you can go from a stamina surplus to a stamina deficit. And how quickly, when you are in a stamina deficit, how quickly that can make your class very unfun if it's a little too hard. I think stamina adjustments are one of those things that need to be done very, very, very carefully every single time they do it. Because stamina can make a class unfun so fucking fast. Yeah. I think what they did with Seraph's stamina was perfect. I compared it to the way Awakening Sage moves, and I feel like Awakening Sage's stamina is in a decent spot. I feel like more classes that have near unlimited stamina need downward adjustments. But I feel like Sage's stamina is in a good spot, and after what I've seen with Seraph and looking at their numbers, it looks like it's going to be similar to Sage. It'll be something you'll have to pay attention to, that if you ignore your stamina, it will lose you a fight. But if you pay attention to it, it won't be too much of an issue. But it will stop people from being like, just basically spamming every single fucking protected movement CC in their kit off cooldown because they have unlimited stamina. Deadeye is a class that needs more stamina management in its kit. Considering how much fully protected movement damage it has, it definitely needs more stamina management in its kit. Well, yes and no, right? The passive that allows it to burn HP instead of stamina when it's low on stamina or out, I think would be fine if you adjusted the stamina on the abilities, because right now, right, when it's out of stamina, sure, it starts consuming HP, but it's such an inconsequential amount of HP that the potions are enough to overtake it, right? So it's almost like your potion turns into like a potion for your stamina bar. Now, the way that passive works is it's a multiplier of HP cost based off the stamina cost. So if you increase the stamina cost, not only would they get to that point where they're out of stamina quicker, but when they are out of stamina and it starts using HP, it would maybe be enough to completely offset their potions, or maybe even a little bit more. So they, you know, if they're constantly burning stamina while running around, they're not recovering HP anymore. Yeah, it does now, but I can't remember if it's a 200% or 300%. I think it was 200. I think last time I thought it was 300, and then I checked and it was 200. But, let me double check here. Frontier Survivor. Yeah, 200%. So if you added like an extra 100 stamina cost to some of these abilities, that's an extra 200 HP every time they use them, right? Fuck, why didn't I go back to the other one? Like 50? Because yeah, if you double 50 stamina to 100 HP, it's a pretty inconsequential amount. Because now it costs 100 HP. Your potions are healing you what? 375 every 2 seconds? It's such an inconsequential amount. Oh, there's no doubt that Deadeye needs PvE buffs. They overdid it with PvE. We're talking specifically from a PvP standpoint. It's just another class that is like just... Oh, never mind. I thought it was 375. That must have been the old one, 550, right? So yeah, those abilities costing 100 HP when they're out of stamina is such an inconsequential amount. So if you added like an extra 100 stamina cost to it, then it would become a more substantial amount. And I'm not saying an extra 100 stamina on every ability, but like maybe run and gun is probably a really good one to do it too. Maybe their abilities too, when they're rocket jumping or swinging through the air, maybe those should consume more stamp. I can't remember which abilities are affected by that passive and not. I know not all of them are. I don't think all of them are. But a little bit goes a long way, because they not only will reach 0 stam quicker, but now when they are at 0 stam, it'll be cutting out a lot more of their potions. What's that passive again? Frontier Survivor. Let's see. Sidewinder, Gunslinger's Entrance, Run and Gun, Doom and Gloom. Okay. Sidewinder, Gunslinger's Entrance. That's Gunslinger's Entrance, I think, is like the forward RMB or something. Run and Gun is the side LMB. Sidewinder, I think, is WF. Yeah, that's WRMB. Am I blind? Where the fuck is Sidewinder? Yeah, I don't think you realize how much an extra like 100, 200 HP would make a difference, Snoofer. That goes a long way over the course of a fight. Every single time that they're doing that. Because they use that ability a lot. Run and gun specifically, right? They use it a lot. And they'll reload it, right? And then do it again a lot of the time. I don't know how many times I've seen Aurelio fucking run and gun to the left. Reload, run and gun to the right. It's like, okay, nice combo. So, like, if you add an extra 100 stamina cost to that, every 5 seconds... Well, I guess you can't reload every 5 seconds, I don't think. I can't remember what the reload time is. But that adds up quickly over the course of a fight, right? If they're doing that potentially 3 times every 10 seconds, that adds up pretty quickly. Moving is a great form of protection, yeah. Like I said, I have a problem with fully protected movement that does damage. That does good damage. Should be frontal? Yeah. I mean, that'd be fair too. That'd be a fair change. Maybe not do what I suggested, but just change it to a frontal. That would still make it miserable for a lot of the melee classes to deal with. But it would hurt it pretty hard in large scale. I don't think... I know it does okay in large scale. I don't think it's really, like... insane or anything. I don't know. My issue is the longevity of them doing that, right? Just watch like Norelio when he's streaming. Well, I guess there is no more Guild League, but Just the amount of kiting that class can do while it's throwing damage at the same time is kind of unfucking real. I do think that they should buff the PvE damage on, I think it's SF. That was the ability that was completely busted at first, and then they over-nerfed it. Deadeye needs some love for some PvE. Just increase the damage of that ability and then reduce the PvP damage. So it ends up being, you know, at the same spot PvP-wise, but better PvE. Shifty as well, yeah. That's the one where she, like, it's like she's doing the draw, right? Like, you know, she pulls the gun out of the holster and goes ba 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 ba. I don't think it does like a PvP knockback. I'm pretty sure there's no CC attached to it all, but I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm thinking of a different input. No, not that. Quick draw, I think it is. Yeah, that ability. Yeah, SF. This ability was absolutely insane PvE-wise, and this thing was practically one-shotting fucking Darkseekers, the big guys. I remember you'd go through your little chain of debuffs, self-buffs, you'd reposition and pop that shit in their back. Woo! That shit would just annihilate mobs. Shifty, shifty, shifty. I'll have to take a look at that in a second. Yeah, yeah. In half the animation time, it did more damage than a full lightning prison. Let's see what the shifty is. Let's see, W. Shift L and B, Shift R and B, Shift F, Shift E. Okay. Oh yeah, that ability. Yeah, that ability should definitely do more PvE damage. Especially since, like, it's slow enough that you're never getting back attacks with it, right? So maybe you'll get the back attack on the first shot, but not on the subsequent shots. So it should definitely do more damage. Maybe in general, does that ability have down attack? I was thinking of abilities like that that aren't really designed for, I don't know, like maybe an ability like that, get rid of the down attack, but give it more standing damage. What do you guys think about that with like Lightning Prison? Because you're never really using Lightning Prison on people while they're on the ground, but Lightning Prison is down attack. What if they remove the down attack, so it did less damage on down targets, but then give it more damage? So it at least applies a little bit more standing pressure. Because these days it feels like people just run through your Lightning Prison. They just don't really care about it anymore. With how much the damage creep has risen with everything in this game, the animation time of Lightning Prison is kind of long. Like, it looks like it does good damage at face value, but once you factor in the animation time of it, there's so many abilities out there that are fully protected that do the same amount of damage in a third of the animation time. Yeah. But if you buff the damage and keep the down attack, then it's going to go crazy on people who just, you know, if they do get CC'd by somebody else in large scale. That's why I thought maybe get rid of the down attack. give it more standing damage. So it ends up doing roughly the same damage on down targets, but more on standing targets. So it's something that people have to think about before trying to run through. Like, they have to weigh the pros and cons of it. Because I'll have people who are like 20, 30% health that are still just diving through it because they just don't care. That's also probably partially because of the SA damage reduction too on some classes, right? Just that might not even necessarily be a lightning prison issue, but more so that some classes are just so fucking tanky unless they're CC'd. Oh shit, I didn't realize I killed that crystal. Can I kill these in time? Oh, they're low enough, I'll finish them. Yeah, but I'm curious. I think if we don't get any PvP related changes in the next 2 weeks before AOS starts, then it's cooked for like another 2-3 months. Not that I think a lot needs to be done PvP wise, but there's definitely some classes that need some love and some that could, you know, use some adjustments. Yeah. I think it was a overcorrection, right? Because they changed damage reduction percentages from being multiplicative with each other to being additive with each other. And once they made it additive, those classes that have more than 15%, like, it doesn't sound like much going from 15 to 25. But when the person was already at 50% damage reduction and now they're getting an extra 10%, they're going from 50 to 60, which is effectively 20% damage reduction comparative to before, right? Proportionally to like a target with 15%. And then once you realize that, you know, the only damage that sticks while trading is damage that surpasses the recovery of potions. So, and your potions are offsetting a ton of trading damage with how much they heal. I think the concept of SADR is nice because I think there are like bruiser classes that need to be able to, while they're on their feet, be in the ball. And we don't want them to be standing up from combos, right? Like, I think if we have to choose between two options, either they're tankier standing, but if you catch them, you can kill them. Or they just make them tankier overall, and now they're just standing up from even combos all the time. And I know they are still standing up from combos, but maybe, like, instead of nerfing the SADR in those classes, maybe keep it, but then nerf their just innate survivability. So they still end up, you know, relatively more tanky standing, but they take way more damage when they do get caught. Because it's really, really not fun to be a melee class and then dying before you even get close to your targets. I think that's way too complicated, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of adding new systems to make up for problems in old systems. I think that should always be a last resort. Because I think as you add more systems that interact with each other, you make balancing and changes way more complicated. Because now you gotta, when you have multiple systems that are interacting with each other, anytime you make a change to one, you have to think of how it interacts with all of the other systems, right? That's why I'm a huge advocate against that. Until all options have been exhausted. The primary issue with that, John, is one of the biggest issues in large scale with melee classes is trying to close the gap before they die to the range classes. And an ability like that doesn't help them against the range classes. It would only help them when they have a bunch of melee classes on them. So it doesn't really help them with the problem that the SADR is partially trying to target, right? Unless now you just have an absolutely giant range on the I want to say aura, but I guess the area of influence. But you certainly can't make it large enough to be, you know, like, considering wizards and archers and rangers. Added defensive Z buff. You know what's kind of funny? We used to have that, right? Remember back in the day when every class, not every class, but a lot of classes had different Z buffs? I wonder if Warrior still has theirs. I can't remember if they ended up removing them from the old classes. Oh yeah, I guess they did, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think, like, strikers are really overperforming in large scale anyways, so... You have a couple strikers that do pretty good, but they're also good strikers. But it's not like any of the strikers are top fragging. You don't see strikers completely changing the outcome of a fight, right? So I don't know how much I would advocate for nerfing them in large scale. That's why I don't think I think a system like that just overcomplicates it and creates more issues in regards to future balancing for Pearl Abyss, and something they already struggle with. Yeah, they're okay. I'm not saying they're bad in large scale, but I don't think there's anything that I would say that would warrant nerfing them. I don't think they necessarily need buffs either. I think for a bruiser class, they do quite well. There's a ton of other melee classes in this game that would love to be able to participate in a similar way as Striker can. I think the main time people have issues with strikers is 1v1 and like especially open world, right? Striker's like the ultimate run around Arsha and fuck with people kind of class. Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of strikers that have done it at one point or another, right? It's the perfect class, or yeah, and I'm gonna repeat myself again. I just think adding systems that interact with other systems just makes balancing more difficult in the future. Because now, anytime they want to make any changes to any of those systems, they have to consider how it's... They have to remember that a specific class has a unique system that interacts with that system, and they're never going to remember it all the time, right? I feel like that just overcomplicates things. Don't get me wrong, I feel like if executed perfectly, yeah, it's great. I think it's a great suggestion. I just don't have the faith in PA to always remember for the years to come after something that like that would be implemented, that they would remember that and consider it anytime they made future changes. That's my issue with changes like that. I genuinely want them to give everybody grabs. Because there's so many people that exclusively play non-grab classes, and they don't realize that, like, if you ask almost any grab class in this game, what do you get CC'd the most out of? They will tell you going for the grab. And I think these non-grab classes need that fucking eye-opening. They need to realize that, you know, yeah, grabs are good. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say grabs are bad, but they're going to get caught way fucking more. You give all these non-grab classes a grab, they're going to get caught way more. Yeah. I don't think grab on Sork would be... I actually think the class that would be the craziest of the grab is Sucksage. Way crazier than Sork with the grab. Not even close. Yeah. Musa with a grab? Wouldn't even be a big deal. What do you think Seraph is, right? What do you think Awakened Nova was? What do you think... I mean, now that Warrior has SA on Charging Thrust, same deal, right? There's so many classes these days that have so much mobility that, like, this argument, like, imagine Moose with a grab, it's like, we already have plenty of examples that are similar. And then people will be like, well, imagine Sork with a grab. It's like, well, what do you think Scholar is? What do you think Tamer is, right? I think one important thing that people always forget is not all grabs are the same. It's not like we're saying give everybody Seraph's grab or Lawn grab. There'd be some of these classes that, yeah, maybe if they had really good movement or really good positioning or whatnot, right? Whatever you might want to be considering before giving them a grab, maybe they get a really close range melee grab with a really tight cone, right? Maybe there's a longer wind-up animation. Maybe there's a longer fail. Well, I guess all fail animations are static now, but, right? These are things they could tinker with depending on the class when giving them a grab. It's funny because some of these non-grab classes are so protected that them having a grab to me would mean that I would catch them way, way more. Think for a second, if Striker didn't have a grab, how much you would catch it. How often do you guys think you would catch a Striker if it didn't have a grab? There's one answer, it's never. They would never have any reason to open themselves up then if they didn't have a grab. So many classes have grabs these days too. So many. God, man. I could just imagine it now. I'm just sitting there, safe, sunny day, breeze flowing through my hair, just having a fun old time. All of a sudden, Force Hunter runs out of nowhere. But I see him. I see his little rat ass running straight at me. I do a little turnaround. Boom! I grab him. But when my back is turned, all of a sudden, Arc appears from the dimension that he was previously in, or whatever the TP is. And he grabs me and peels and just completely fucks up my day. Oh my god. I support more ways to hate Arc. Force Hunter stands up. They kill me together. They both dance on my body while holding each other's hands. Like children playing Ring Around the Rosie. And I'm the little pocket full of posy. You know what would be another nice thing too? I think grab classes would appreciate this, is if everybody had a grab, then these non-grab classes wouldn't be able to be bitching and complaining. There's some of them that are like, anytime they get grabbed, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe you used the one ability that will only ever CC me because I'm perma-protected. How dare you? I remember when Suck Sage was busted back in Season 2, and there was so many Suck Sages who were just mauling about grab. Back when we had the 4-second Rift Chain. And it's like they didn't realize that the only time they ever got CC'd was when they were grabbed. Because that was literally the only way to CC an average Suck Sage. So whenever they would bitch and complain about grabs, to be like, yeah, grabs need to be nerfed. They're basically just saying, I never want to be caught. And you have so many, like, fully SA non-grab classes, or Giga-protected non-grab classes, that they will piss and moan about grabs, because that's literally the only way to CC them. I personally think that Awakening Sage should be able to grab in Rift Chain. And when I go into Rift Chain, I should be able to see Sorks when they're in Nightmare. And I should be able to grab them out of Nightmare. And I just jump out of my portal with the Sork in my hand. Be like their version of Freddy Krueger. They're in a Nightmare. And I come jumping in. Mask on, claws out. Yeah. How long does it take for you to close out a BDO? Typically it doesn't take long. You were gonna take Sork? I was thinking of it, yeah. I think there's enough hints that Eddie, Deadeye's brother, might end up being like male Sork. And it could be pretty cool. So I think getting like a little bit of a feel for Sork before it comes out might be beneficial. If Sork ends up being designed in a similar way to... if Eddie ends up being designed in a similar way to Sork that Seraph was to Warrior. Oh shit. Sweet Orphic. With a rake? Eddie's gonna have a rake? I hope he has that gun sith, like the lore suggests. Or a gun scythe, sorry. I want the I think that could be really cool. Because apparently that's what he's searching for, if you guys don't know the lore. And I'm repeating what I heard, so I'm hoping that I heard correctly from the lore masters of BDO. But apparently Eddie, Deadeye's brother, romanticizes about a gladiator from the real world. I can't remember the name of the gladiator. And when he comes to BDO, even though he comes here after Deadeye, because it's like this time travel dimensional thing, he ends up arriving to BDO long before Deadeye does, like earlier in the timeline. And he ends up making himself like the gladiator of BDO lore. And while he's here, he's searching for a gun scythe. So, I suspect when he appears, he's going to have found that, and that's going to be his weapon. There'll be like some story, some backstory of, you know, kind of clearing up all of what I just said, as well as explaining, you know, what he went through to get it, and blah, 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 blah. Also, right, it does seem like they're lacking a little bit of inspiration with classes. It seems like they're... When you think about it, Wukong's kind of like a male Lon. Not as much overlap as Seraph is with Warrior, but definitely some parallels to be drawn there. So maybe this is like the new direction of adding new classes. Maybe they're running out of unique ideas, and now they're going to go through and... Right, they only have to half design a new class if they just make a counterpart to existing classes. Some classes wouldn't need to be done too, right? Because obviously Musa Mewa already have alternatives: Ninja, Kuno, Striker, Mystic. And that's what has me really excited. If it's true, I'm really excited for male Valk. I want a proper Paladin class. Also, there is the potential that maybe they do what they're doing on mobile. On mobile, they're actually combining the two classes. They're taking all of the now, classes work differently on mobile. It isn't like you take Sage and there's Awakening in succession. It's actually two different classes that you pick. Sage is your Suck Sage, right? And Awakening Sage isn't called Awakening Sage on there, it's actually just called Legatus. And like every class on there is designed the same way. And apparently what they're doing on mobile right now, or planning on doing, is they're planning on combining the classes, where not only are both those classes going to be in one the same way as on PC, but you're going to apparently have access to both kits, like they're changing it. So it makes me wonder if... Now, mobile should definitely be treated like another game, but maybe? I can't remember. Somebody said there was something in-game recently that almost seemed like it was potentially reflective of that. I can't imagine what Sage would look like having access to both Succession and Awakened abilities, though. I feel like if they did do that, it would be a balancing nightmare. There are some classes where their two kits wouldn't really make a big deal if you combine them, and some other classes, if you combine the two kits, they'd be freaking godlike. Also, what would that mean for Ascendant classes, right? They would end up just with smaller toolkits. They would end up having to give much more abilities to all those classes if they did that, to compensate for the Awakening Suck classes that got both their kits combined. I genuinely believe that... Now, stick with me here, fellas. This is going to be a bit of a theory. And we'll find out, I guess, in about 1 to 4 months if this is true. But normally, the Calpheon Ball is the biggest ball of the year. And this Calpheon Ball was kind of meh compared to other Calpheon Balls. And the more I think about it, think that it was by design that way. That they said, okay, we're going to actually focus on the new player experience, getting the Olvia Academy and stuff out, setting up a good foundation for new players. We're going to wait and do a super juiced Heidel Ball. And during Crimson Desert, we're going to market Black Desert, try to get a bunch of people that maybe never heard about Black Desert that are excited about Crimson Desert, and create the system that, just as the hype for Crimson Desert is potentially fading, we drop this giant patch for Black Desert to try to get all these Crimson Desert players to dive into our MMO. And the Olvia Academy, I think, was a huge success. I think that is one of the best additions they've done for the new player experience. Well, the dev talk is usually around like April, yeah, but I'm talking more so the Heidel Ball, but they'll probably be something for the dev talk for sure too, yeah. Yeah, dev talks are kind of like a little, I don't know, I want to say mini ball, not really, but kind of. Yeah. Well, Karazods were an emergency. They absolutely obliterated the market with the way when they added the no more downgrading, added the pity system, and made demos more accessible. It absolutely obliterated the accessory market and the market in general. And they had to do something. They could not wait till the Calpheon Ball in order to fix that, because it took like a month to do just this absolutely enormous damage to the economy. So they had to rush it out. They had to get it out. They could not afford to wait a few more months. Yeah. Yeah, anniversary is the March 13th, I believe, is the official day of the anniversary. It's going to be the 10-year anniversary for NAEU. Coincidence? Definitely not. I mean, I think it just makes sense to be at that time, right? You don't want it too close to the Calpheon or the Heidel ball, because now you're competing with your own product, right? It's just smart to release it between the two balls. Oh, I'm such a child. If something is crimson between the two balls, time to visit a doctor. Oh, shit. Black Desert worth a shot? Definitely is. Black Desert has been going strong for 10 years now. Its population is, on average, like, higher than the average over the last 10 years. There's obviously been some points where it's been higher, but in general, Perlibus has been doing quite a good job maintaining this game. There's a lot of people who have individual issues with some of the changes that have happened over the years, but in general, you know, we all love this game still for a lot of what is left. Oh my god, Ark, you are trying to get yourself kissed. You better cut that shit out right now. How many people play this game? Well, depends on what you mean, right? I mean, there's no way to know for sure because they don't want us to know. But the Steam charts don't point to the full picture. For NAEU, the Steam charts are probably half of the player base because, you know, there's still a lot of people who play on the website client. It's probably about a 50-50 split now. But that's just on each individual region, right? Like, a lot of people don't realize that this is a global game. And when you consider how many people play across all regions, this is a pretty popular game. You gotta remember with Blizzard, right? Everybody's playing. I mean, they have the individual servers, but every time they talk about their global player base, they're talking quite literally global, right? I would not be surprised if there was actually 1 million players globally playing BDO. What's the max level cap? There is no max level. It just gets insanely slower past level 66. For context, I've been level 67 for the last almost 8 months now. But yeah, in general, levels don't matter. Once you get to level 62, even level 60 is like 99% of your power, and then you maybe get 1% more at level 62. Everything after that is just watching a number go up and a little bit of extra HP. Is it hard to level up? No, leveling up in the early levels is very, very easy.
C-I-I-S-C-E-E.
Yeah, that's what you get. Thinking you're so damn funny. Are you suing? Yeah. Why don't you sue D's?
Shut up, bitch!
Just about time for us to do some sailing, chat. Just about time for us to do some sailing. Only nerds grind for XP? True. That's why I don't grind for XP. I grind for money. But I just happen to grind so much that it becomes a meaningful amount of XP. Not the boat content. What, you don't like the boat content, Ellie? Because you don't have a boat? I mean, you don't have my gear. Does that mean you don't like watching my grinding content? Ding dong, the alarm's going. Yeah, it's my last pack. Watch the rare boss spawn right now and then I get kicked out. That'd be fucking infuriating. Not a terrible hour. Wait, why do I have those in there? Yeah. I definitely recommend trying BDO. I think you'll enjoy it if you're an MMO enjoyer. There's not really a whole lot of risk to trying it too. It's like, what, $5 for the game? There's a lot of times where it's free. Maybe it's free right now, but in general, it's usually like $5. You don't save base demos for tabs? No. No, thank you. I'm not a gambler. For real, only $5? Yeah, the thing is there's other packages you could buy that come with bonuses, but you don't have to buy those initially, right? It's not like one of those situations where if you buy just the base pack, you can't later get those. No, you can upgrade to those packs. So you can just get the really base package, play the game, and if you say, hey, I really like this, I want to get some extras, you could go and upgrade your package to one of those other starting packages and get the discount, the deals. Let's see. Shop package. Oh, it's $10, not $5. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the link in chat here. Is there DLCs? No. They're just constantly updating. So for $10, you just get the basic Game Pass. But then there's Explorers Edition and Conquerors Edition. You can upgrade to those later on if you decide that, you know what, hey, I really enjoy this game and I might as well get some extras. Okay, let's see. We are fully repaired, fully rationed. Let's go. Today's the day, chat. Today we get our Knoll. If we actually get one more Zulacia crystal too, we're gonna get another attempt at a Margoria crystal. We're still missing 4 more. This is the one I really want. I want to get an upgraded damage crystal. Lopters have appeared nearby. What are fucking Lopters? Wait, what is this? What is Lopters? Chat? Why did it just say Lopters appear nearby? The fuck is a Lopter? Is that like a lobster? Is that a Lopter? What is that? Oh, that is a Lopter. The fuck is a Lopter? I've never seen this before. Can't even fucking see it. It's iframing because it's attacking. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, did it die? Oh no, there it is. It's trying to run. What the fuck is going on here? Why do I feel like I'm not hitting this thing at all? Wait, where'd it go again? Oh, there it is. The lobsters are trying to run away. I know, I'm trying to fucking stop it. Am I supposed to be, like, harpooning this thing or something? I don't understand. Wait, I've barely done any damage to it. They're desperately trying to run away, I can tell. You have successfully defeated the Lopters, another washed-up Lopter. Oh my god, a red coral earring? Holy! I am fucking rich! You know what else I realized? I forgot to grab my my gear. Fuck, gotta get off the wheel. Get in the tank there. A lobster scale piece. Go find someone who knows about lobsters in Aquila's Eye. If you complete the quest obtained via the items, you are expected to exchange them for other items based on how many you collected. Interesting. And a title too. A title too. Yeah. Not literal pennies either, like in-game, like just such an inconsequential amount of in-game silver. Am I grinding for the null? That is the hope, yeah. That is the hope. You got yours in 32? 1932? $32 boxes? Okay. I've opened 5 boxes now? No. 4 boxes. I've done 4 boxes so far. Oh, I should pull my long-range pits out before I forget. I get a nice little haircut tonight. Are you okay if you'll be a solo player? Oh, absolutely. This game is probably one of the best MMOs on the market for people who want to play solo. It's one of the main reasons why I was so excited for this game. Because I got tired of MMOs where my progression was gate-kept by, you know, having to be in raids and dungeons and shit like that. Just one hair? Yeah, but the best one. Nice. Oh my god, a double! Holy. This is gonna be the best day ever already, I can tell. We haven't even killed the big ship yet. This could be a triple, chat. This could be a triple. Oops, I drifted a little too soon. Whoopsie. Oh my god, triple map! Triple map! What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? Okay. It's a duplicate. Another duplicate. And another duplicate. That's exactly right. Getting the hard pieces out of the way. And then we're going to have a streak where it's going to be like bing, bang, boom. We're going to have like 17,000 maps to all do at once.
Join the ten and tour. Lustron and a tourist square. And then a story as man and a kind and or. Trying the style and in on or. No way but style the sprint was thrown on man and pair. That shoot by an alone on that in a store swan, it would tell you.
I think something's wrong with the dog. He's speaking in tongues. Why are his eyes glowing? Be cool if we got like another mermaid today. That'd be sick. Oh. Oh my goodness. Why is that guy not getting over here? Get over here. Fine, I'll come to you. Wait, did I not finish that? Oh, I did. Damn, I finished them both. Holy shit. Might be the best sailor people have ever seen. Get out of here with that shit. I ain't doing that. Get out of here. Good morning, Nikki. Or, I guess it's just after dinner for you. What should you upgrade again? JK. Fucking give you a knuckle sandwich, goddammit. You just woke up? What do you mean you just woke up? It's fucking 5 p.m. for you. Maybe we should do some remastered sailing. What do you think, chat? Why that's a record? Because that's your record. That's not the record. Do a little remastered. I feel like it makes the water look a lot nicer, doesn't it? Oh yeah. Holy, does the water look better. The fucking bloom, though, man. Oh my god, I wish I could turn the bloom down. Yeah. Someone, huh? Who could possibly do that? Who would be the savage animal that would do that to these unsuspecting people? You gotta go do adult stuff? I think you should rephrase that. Yeah. You gotta make the internet feel some type of way, phrasing it like that. Maybe something like I need to go tend to my responsibilities. I must bid farewell, for life's duties command me to do as such. Holy. Bet you fucking tipped your hat after typing that. Oh, you know what that means, chat. You know what that means, right? Boom! What is this? Crappy one. We don't need it. Heat it up. I came prepared too. Bing, bing, bing. Okay, come on. Give me cannon damage. Maximum roll cannon damage. I'll just take cannon damage in general, but maximum roll cannon damage, please. Please, for the love of God. We need 2080 cannon damage. Boom! 7.6 break. I think we already have, oh, we don't have a break crystal. Okay. Would have preferred a max roll break, but I guess we'll take it. We're getting a nice little arsenal of crystals there, chat. Nice thing is, once we start getting to the last tier crystals, is there's no variability apparently on the rolls. Apparently they just roll max. The only thing that's RNG is just getting the crystal you want. Yo, that ship is under the water. It's a submarine. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't even realize I didn't have the cam on all morning. I'm surprised nobody said anything. What's up? What's up, chat? See, I trimmed down my beard a little bit. Cleaned it up. Took probably about a centimeter off of it. Like I said, I wasn't going to take off much. Oh. Flattery will get you everywhere. Pizza farts. Looks like you dipping your chin in dog shit? What the hell? The hell is that supposed to mean? Kanjara? Enlave. It is absolutely tragic how bad the money is from sea monster hunting. And that's all I'm going to say. Because you don't need to be bothered anymore. How you doing today? You got your 2 weeks for Crimson Desert release approval? Ooh, hell yeah. Doing good, leaving the office in 3 minutes and then a nice 1.5 hour travel with my book. You, going on vacation or something? You got some holiday time planned? Man's about to pack up from the office and his first thought is, I better say goodbye to Zethiann. Shit, that's kind of flattering. Oh, it takes you in. Oh, you got a long ass commute? Oh, that sucks. Damn, 3 hours a day traveling. That is a lot of time. What book you reading? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish? Oh, I've never heard of it. Let's get away from this cadmium before he candinium or harasses me. What did I just hear a message from? Another one. Oh, Kate. Oh, what piece did we get anyways? Another bottom left. Going for the knoll? Yeah. Yeah, slowly trying to chip away at it. Might as well give me something to do since everything is time-gated these days. It's either that or log off BDO.
Are you ready, kids?
I didn't even know there was a pirate one. Shit, these are probably gonna go way over. Well, maybe not. Didn't move too much.
Bark! 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 Bark!
At least the pirate knows what's up. I'm not getting all weird about it. Has it been an hour yet, chat? I feel like it's getting pretty close now. Oh no, still got 30 minutes. I'm collecting crystals and moss-covered maps. So I'm trying to upgrade my crystals. Basically just gear for your boat. And the moss-covered maps are the things that'll give me a chance at the knoll. Once I get the crystals that I want, then I'll actually change my focus to hunting crocs, because they'll give me maps and a chance at the rare sailor. But for now, I'd rather improve my crystals than focus on the sailor. Oh, that's a nice grouping. What the hell? They're about to regroup too. What's up, Comber? How you doing? Adonia Lightstones? If you need AP at a grind spot, then you use anything to get you more AP. If you're at the cap, then use Vicious Shadows. Oh, I didn't check for new sailors before it came out today. Dang, we got so lucky with moss-covered maps at first. Now I feel like we're getting kind of hosed. There are some situations where smooth motion seems okay, but most of the time I do not. Yeah, same here. Occasionally I saw that too, and anytime that happens, it just kind of ruins my immersion. Reminds me that I'm using it. I'm like, oh. Plus, I mean, I have pretty acceptable FPS. Right. Actually, my FPS is lower than I expected right now. What the hell? Considering I'm out in the ocean? All these reflections going crazy, I guess. Yeah, it does increase input latency to a varying degree. It depends on how high your native FPS is before the fake frames are being interjected. And it also has a standard input delay because it has to hold the most recent frame, right? So as your FPS gets higher and higher, that input latency becomes less and less. You know, it's always there, but to less and less of a degree. Steam app? No, smooth motion. Am I having fun sailing the seven seas? This fucking rat, chat. You're lucky you're not on my ship. I'd just be like, fuck you, Ronin. Get the fuck off my boat! You'd be back there, fucking waiting in the water. Just fucking treading water, hoping the little mermaid comes and finishes you off quick so you don't have to drown to the depths. Right. There we go. Oh, shit. It's the young cadmiums don't stun you. Oh shit, I didn't finish that one off. Aside from Manos gear, what else can you use Manos stones for, chat? Is there anything? Pets are hungry? Oh, good call. Feed them up. Just Mr. Jae-hee Kim. We'll just sit here. Hey, what's up, Lena? Yeah, trying to get the knoll. Okay, another Zalatia. $840, I think that's worse than I have, yeah. Oh. Deep sea memory filled glue. Whose memories though? By pirate now? Yeah. Trying to get the One Piece. As every sailor is. A onesie, that's right, yeah. I don't think they start events on Global Lab. Make sure we grab all the loot. And the ocean content looks pretty nice on Remastered, huh? Water looks so much better. So, what am I up to? Just a little bit of sea monster hunting. We're about to actually go back and do some more lava frogs. I like to mix it up and do like an hour on, an hour off of this. You finally done it? Nice, Mikers. Congrats. It is time. Actually, let's check the shore. Oh, fuck, I should have loaded the cannonballs in. God damn it. I'll be fine. I'm not swapping back. Let's see. Okay. Nothing here. Oh, I'm gonna go grab something to eat here in a minute. Oh, fuck. Oh, another innocent. Might as well grab them. Replace the ones I fired. I still want more... Not realistic. Maybe it is realistic. The dwarves. I need more of them. I'll be back. Hey, what's up, Keo? How you doing? Let's get these farms out of the way. How you guys doing today? What's everybody up to right now, anyways?
Has anyone ever pondered why a chair has so much drip? Look at this black desert chair entertaining us. Surely a glorious sight, wouldn't you agree, Naravar?
Why was there no pipes? Where were the pipes at? Hey, you getting back into it, Romeo? Romeo, you're probably playing Ashes, right? Would be my guess. 'Cause I know Vert was into it, and oh, there's the pipes. Oh, okay, they're just very subtle. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's a shame what happened to Ashes. We need something to. I don't know. I'm becoming more and more inclined to think that the MMO market is doomed.
Large underscore pipes.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a large pipe. A Karazad Kathy? Nice. While I was upstairs, I noticed a new van. A branded van parked in the neighbor's driveway. And it was for pest control services. Which now makes me a little concerned. It's the middle of winter, so I don't imagine it's like insects or anything like that, right? I don't imagine it's anything like that, which makes me think maybe it's a rodent infestation. Last thing I need is the neighbor's rodents making their way into my house. Oh yeah, maybe bedbugs. Good call. Oh. Okay. Did our Redditor return after his 24 hours ran its course? No. Probably accidentally locked himself in another bathroom. Yeah. You're just an attention seeker. He definitely had something going on in his head. Shouldn't honestly poke fun, but definitely was out seeking attention. Okay. Back to the grind. By the way, you guys, tomorrow we're going to have a bit longer of a stream. We're going to get started earlier and stream a little bit longer. Damn. Getting a bunch of lessers today. Forgetting a horse butt before I pop in here, though. Yeah, there's lots of new stuff that are being put in here. That's how the playlist keeps growing. Another Lester. Oh my god, keep them coming. Chat, let me bounce some ideas off your head about the Adonia region and the Adonia castles. Tell me what you think of these collectively. What if instead of it being the top gear score people that get picked for the fight, what if they just make it random amongst everybody who signs up? I feel like this would, A, make it a lot more difficult to script the fight, right? Not script it, but team up, because it would be a lot less likely you would be, you know, in there with buddies of yours. And it would also make it so, like, everybody has a chance to participate instead of it being limited to so few people. Because, like, the way it's set up now, there is no like anybody who's just hitting Adania now, they will never get to participate in the final fights. That content is just dead for them. I feel like just getting enough gear to be able to sign up to the fight should be enough to make you eligible. Okay, so second idea. Having the winner of the fight, when the fight goes to time, it should no longer be determined by gear score. It should be determined by the fight should be tracking both kills and damage done. Now, these come with their own issues, but I feel like these issues are less. I think right now, right, people are incentivized to avoid fighting because they just want to be one of the last people, right? Where if you made it based on kills, then you would want to try to yoink up those earlier kills and get damage before the end of the fight, instead of it just going to gear score. And it would encourage people to be involved in the fight the whole time. Also, I think at the 2-minute mark, there should be a 33% healing reduction debuff. At the 1-minute mark, it should be 66%. And at the final mark, it should be, at the 30-second mark, there should be no more healing. So this way people actually die. And then I think, like I said, this would discourage people from just running and hiding and running full DP builds, because you would have to get damage, you would have to get kills, right? Where if you went in there with a DP build, sure, maybe you could run it to time, but you would very likely end up losing on those other things because you just wouldn't be doing damage or getting kills. And then my last option is improving the rewards for the Adania Castle. Not last option, sorry, last problem. Is make it so at nighttime, the whole Adania region becomes full PvP, and anybody can attack anybody at nighttime as if they were the Adania. It's like the demons come out at nighttime, right? And what this would do was it would encourage more people to use the Marnie's Realm at nighttime to avoid PvP if they did just want to grind. And then on top of that, I think the tax for the Adanias should go up. They should get a higher... Yeah, and maybe, you know what? Yo, that's... Maybe increase drop rate at nighttime, sure. But the tax rate for the Adonis should also go up. I just think, yeah, it is an in-game spot. It should encourage more open-world PvP there. As well as, you know, if you want to avoid the PvP, there's always Marnie's Realm, which is available all the time. You just gotta pay a tax to the Adana. But right now, like... How many people... Maybe, like, Prime Time's probably the only time the Marnie's Realm gets used there. Marnie Realm Marsha win? Oh, yeah, I was about to just fucking ban your ass for being a fucking dumbass. You're lucky. You're lucky you typed that JK. You're about to be done. No. I don't think it's as much of an issue. Like, with the way it's set up now, sure. But I don't think that would really change anything. What you would end up is just having two different groups alternating then. And coordinating when they queue up. I think just making it eligible for anybody who has the gear score to do that castle has an equal chance of getting into the fight. Don't make it based off gear anymore. It's only based off gear to sign up. That's it. After that, you know, it's completely random. And sure, you will still have times where maybe you and a couple of your buddies do get into the fight, and you guys will know and you'll coordinate. But if it's fully random, it's going to be very unlikely that week after week you guys get into the same fight, right? And then once one of your buddies win, they can't even be involved in the 10v10 anymore, right? So that's one less for for you to potentially have a buddy to team up with till the final fight. But my biggest concern with it is, like, people who are starting today are never going to ever have the gear to ever participate in those fights. Unless they end up making the Adania content irrelevant, where everybody else moves on and then just the people who are left there because they want to stay there do it. But because it's based off of gear score, you know, they're never going to get to that point. They're never going to get to participate in those fights. Yeah. But it's just going to move to the new castles, right? And then the problem still exists. And exactly why they should be able? What do you mean? I mean, I think if you meet the gear score requirement, I think you put in enough work that you should be eligible for the content. I mean, getting the gear to do Zephyros isn't exactly a small feat. Yeah, you misinterpreted what I said then, Mojito. No, not all content is for everybody, but you should have the choice. You don't have a choice in that regard. Like I said, people who start today, people who are reaching Idania for the first time today will never, ever be eligible for the final castle as long as that content is relevant. And they'll only be eligible for once it's irrelevant and people don't want to do it anymore. No, I don't think it should be any. I don't think 5 and 5, it doesn't help the problem. It doesn't solve the problem. You still have people teaming up. That's one of the problems that making it fully random helps resolve. Not all the time, right? There'll still be the random draw where you and a couple of your buddies do get in, but it'll be significantly more likely if it's amongst everybody. Is it? I'm not sure. Let me see. Epica, dedicate your heart. So if this is part of it, then yeah. They should just permaban? No, that's dumb. Oh my god, are you fucking retarded? Permaban people? Yeah. Don't type anymore. If that's actually your take, don't type anymore. Teaming is something that's always going to happen. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Right? It's up to you to implement systems that just make it better. But fucking ban people? What? Fucking permaban you for that shitty take. Yeah, is that your cope? Oh yeah, my take wasn't bad, I was just baiting. No, you're just fucking retarded. Shut up. You can't back out of this now. Pretend like you're trolling. That's such a weak fucking out. This is a metal remix? Maybe. Maybe. Does Epica do metal remixes of a lot of different songs? Maybe. Attack on Titan is something that I've been interested in watching. I just haven't had the time. Right? Exactly. Right, Velcius? I'm glad other people see it too. People team up in Siege. People team up in Node War. People team up open world. People team up in fucking like any type of form of PvP content. People are always going to team up. People team up IRL. What the fuck do you think NATO is, right? Strength in numbers. That's just human nature. Banning people for it? Fucking obnoxious. Just awful take. But, yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. You know, it's up to Pearl Abyss to adjust these systems if they feel they're being utilized in ways that are not to their vision. try to implement systems to alleviate that, right? Yeah, right, Skullbanks? You could certainly shame them. I mean, once again, I don't even know if even that. Getting mad at people just for having friends and wanting to work with them, too, is... But... Yeah, permaban people. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you get your homies, I bring mine, yeah. Permaban people for having friends. Well. I just think it would make the fights a heck of a lot more interesting. For everybody. It would have way, way, way more involvement in it. Maybe at face value it would introduce more no-shows. I can't remember. What's the punishment for not showing up anymore? I know they ended up adding it. Did they... How many weeks are you not allowed to queue up for again? Maybe they would need to go a little bit more... I still think that it shouldn't be just right-click the item in your inventory to sign up. Because I think there are people who are just clicking it and not realizing. Putting a vendor cost on it was good. But I honestly think that you should have to run it to an NPC. Right? You should have to run it to the throne room or something and hand it in order to sign up. I think that would definitely alleviate some of the people who just click it to get it out of their inventory, but have no intention of signing up. It's just a shame to me that it's like, it's somewhat cool content that is limited to such a small portion of the total player base. You DC in the load screen, you can get a 4-week ban too? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I agree, Skullbanks. I feel like the Adania region, though, I don't know, they need to do more to incentivize the Adana to Like, for it to be a viable strategy for the Adana to just go around trying to force people into Marnie's realm. And right now, like, the opportunity cost. Like, they're making less silver doing that than if they were just grinding. I think the tax needs to go up. Significantly, too. Not even just double it. Like, triple it or quadruple it. Being the Adana should, you know, potentially be an extra tens of billions of silver. Fuck, maybe even for Zephyros, maybe even 100 bill. Seems a bit much. I mean, it's just one person. I don't think it's a big deal. It also makes it significantly more desirable. Yeah, but you're assuming that the same person is going to win every week. It means the castle, everything's time-gated too, fuck. Maybe give the winner of the castle, if you take away the gear attachment to it, you could also make the castles maybe give Adania stones. If you happen to win the fight, you get an extra 1 to 5 Adania stones every week for owning the castle. Why do you guys need try? Yeah. We have enough capped content in this game. Castles don't need to be capped. In a sense, they kind of are capped. I mean, anybody pushing their gear is not going to want to just spam lower castles. You're sitting there with fucking Kaposhas, and you're talking like you want to get into the endgame content. How about you put some fucking more time into grinding and less time into typing in my chat before you start talking about what you want in game? Fuck me running. What the hell? $10 hours? That's kind of crazy.
Catching up on questing, you're fucking up. You shouldn't be doing any questing. Unless maybe it's, what you call it? You doing the academy? Is that the questing you're doing? $16 hours? Oh my god, Skullbanks. Holy, you're a fucking unit.
$30,000 quests is worth pushing. I stand by that. I don't know about that. I think that's a bait. 300 stacks? Shit. 300 stack isn't worth shit. The opportunity cost of doing all that questing is way higher than the cost of just making a stack. And you can't tell me that that one extra stack is a big deal. It's not +5 perma, because most people aren't going to be at 0 quests. I think most people are probably sitting at like a +3, right? I feel like that's what most people sit at. What am I at? I'm curious. Oh yeah, I'm at +3 as well. I think that's like 10,000 quests. I wish that those quests counted dailies. Dailies and weeklies should contribute to that. And they should make it retroactive. So it's something you can slowly chip away at over time, doing different daily quests in the game. Because then I'd definitely have the 30,000 quests of dailies counted towards it. How many quests am I at anyways? Is there a way to see how many quests you've done? Or do I have to do a quest to see it update the one quest? Hit O? Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, I'm at 10,000. I didn't realize it actually had that at the bottom. So maybe most people are at +2, not +3. Wait, why is your body hurt from an all-nighter? Weren't you just sitting in a chair grinding? Your shoulder and ass hurts. Well, don't ignore your body. It's one of the biggest things Like, if your wrist is hurting, if your shoulder's hurting, if your knees or hips are hurting, pay attention to that. That's your body telling you that, hey, something ain't right here. Adjust your posture, right? Get a new chair, get a new desk, adjust the height on your monitor, whatever it is you need to do. Don't ignore your body. The pain going away might mean that, yeah, maybe you adjusted to it, or maybe the nerves are getting fucking numb and said, fuck, we're over this shit. We're not telling them anymore. They're ignoring us anyways. And then before you know it, a couple more years down the line, you now have caused permanent damage to that joint. Listen to your body. Oh, Red Bulls. Trying to give yourself a heart attack, dude. Oh my god, my red coral earring sold! Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're fucking up your rotary cuff. That's a painful surgery and recovery, too. If you're fucking that up, I'd definitely pay attention. Try to figure out a way. You might be just sitting weird with like the way your arm is on your armrest or your desk or whatever. You don't realize too, because if you start nursing something because it's hurting, now other muscles are doing something all the time that they, you know, aren't meant to be doing all the time, and they're trying to pick up the slack, and then it creates this asymmetry between the muscles in your body. Because, you know, muscles on one half are constantly in tension, and then the other half is relaxed. Before you know it, you look like the fucking hunchback of Notre Dame, and people are trying to stuff you in a sewer because they think that you crawled out of it. You don't want that shit. My right hand is so much stronger than my left. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We won't dig any deeper into that. Yeah, do your squats, do your stretches. It's so easy to ignore your back, too. With Arky spam? Damn. Turns out it's not helping the arm so much, but that fucking index finger on the left hand, whoo-wee! Shit looking like an arm of its own, growing off another arm. Yeah, the small finger's got biceps. There is a... One second. Before I die to mobs. Get rid of this skill demo. So here. There is skill settings. There's skill cooldown slots. So you can assign any of your skills to a cooldown slot. And those cooldown slots, when you hit Edit UI, by default they're turned off. Just click the little eyeball to turn them on. So assign the skill you want to a specific slot, and then put the slot where you want on your screen. If the slot is off and you assign a skill to it, I'm pretty sure it'll automatically turn it on, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no problem. Good way to learn a new class is to use those skill cooldown slots and then do like groupings on your screen. Put your movement abilities in a section on your screen, put your protected abilities in another section, put your CCs in another section. So this way you can quickly reference them, right? Or alternatively too, right? You can do it for like a PvE combo. You could just put them all in line with each other. Like, you know, if you do ability 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, make sure you put them in that order on your thing and you can just kind of reference it as you're comboing, right? Until you get the muscle memory down. It's kind of useful for a variety of things when learning new classes. You should be Guardian. Awaken Sage, R&B, hold down together. Yeah, and then you'll end up in the ocean on that other island. Because it's just this. You could just do this. Just hold them down. And then the bomb dies, and off you go. Yeah, Awaken Guardian, Sucklon. I heard the Awaken Casters are super comfy as well, and good. Yeah, and if you really want to increase the tech, watch this. I'll put on the edit. If you really want to up the tech, Mr. Gotti taught me this one. Not only do you hold R&B in space, but you hold W and F too. And it does these abilities. Look at that, it even spins you around. You just hold them down, baby. Huh. Zerker bomb spin, one button, true. You want even easier than Awaken Witch? Well, sounds to me like you need to get a cousin out in the Philippines. She, but yes? No, there's no such thing as she's on the internet. The internet is safer when you assume everybody's a dude. Except Dukes. You might as well assume Dukes is a woman. The OnlyFans incident. Wait, what? There was an OnlyFans incident with Dukes? I know there was an incident recently where he was on stream and he was like, yeah, if I was a girl, I'd hook all the homies up. They'd walk in and my legs would be spread and I'd be ready for them. I was like, what the hell did you just say? You couldn't pay me to say that. What the hell? That's something only a dude would say. I'm sure every woman that has ever womaned knows what the consequences of that would be. And some of them like those consequences. But the other ones know that if you operated like that, every dude would be trying to be your friend. And you'd be looking like a mayonnaise jar bent over a table all fucking day. Ain't nobody want that. You'd be like that Bonnie Blue. Is she still in jail? What do you mean? Bonnie Blue went to jail? This is a question for you in chat. I've been arguing with my guildie. He said that Asia regions have pay-to-win buffs that give player powers APDP. I've been playing for 10 years. I've never heard of this, right? I have never heard of that, no. The game is, Pearl Abyss has got a global client, right? So even though we don't all play together, they got rid of any type of localization that I'm aware of. I mean, you can... I guess it depends on what they mean, and this might be kind of what they're talking about. You can convert real money into silver and then use that silver to buy upgrades, right? So there's that. But if he's referencing, like, there's an item you could buy that nobody else can get unless they spend money on it too, no, there isn't nothing like that. There's a world... yeah, I know. That's Bonnie Blue. It's me, Saber. That's who I was referencing, that comment. I didn't read anything about her going to jail or something, though. I don't know what that would be about. Why do you know her name? Because I was dude number 1. I'm certainly not being dude number 1000, you kidding me? Not a fucking chance. Anyways, yeah, sorry, changing the subject. Sorry, Immersible. How's everybody's drops been today, by the way? Ten Okila flowers. I know, I need to get more maps. I'm actually really excited now that if I do the Okila's Eye map, I get a ton of those flowers. And by a ton, it's like 10, but fuck, man, I'll take that. Every 10 is 1% of the what I'll need for the knoll if I ever get the other piece, right? That effectively means that, you know, if it takes me 100 crafted, self-crafted maps to get there, I'll already have all my flowers. Purple dye doesn't exist for you? You haven't had one drop yet? I've had one of each. One of the Adania one and one of the Sovereign one. I'd really like another Sovereign one. I'm at 17 pities, man. It is slow. Three red. Oh, I was talking about like the full drops. You're talking about just the pities, yeah. feel like I've had decent luck with the pities today. I've had days where I didn't get a single purple pity. I have a feeling they'll be a lot more common at underwater. A squad cobbler. Is that like the... Oh, a squat cobbler. I was gonna say, is that like the opposite of a knob gobbler? I have no idea. What's a squat cobbler? Do I want to know? What do we save silver for? Yeah. You know, I asked myself the same thing. Here I am saving all these costumes for one day when I need them, but every time they add something new, I don't have to use any costumes for it, I just use the silver I have. You gotta read it yourself? Yeah, thanks. This man probably just told me something cursed, and it's my job to take myself on this cursed adventure. How much silver do I have? Oh, I don't have much anymore. I'm under 1 trillion liquid silver. I have like 5 trillion in costumes, though. I just spent like 2 trillion silver on life scaling shit. I said fuck it. Guess it was more like 1.5 trillion. But it might be TOS. Yeah, maybe don't do it. Let's see. Squat cobbler. Meaning. Better Call Saul. Reference from that show. What the hell? You squat or sit in a pie and wiggle in it while crying? What the hell? Sounds expensive. Show image for reference? Not a chance. I'll just cry in the dark like a normal adult. Oh, goddamn. The internet is such a cursed place. Internet is humans with unfiltered thoughts. That's true. I'll be honest. There's a lot of shit I've said on stream that I definitely wouldn't say at a family dinner. That's the fucking truth. Comber. Yo, we already moved on from that. Oh, shit. But yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. They don't take it away, it just has an expiration. Which is effectively the same thing, but not. Having items like that expire is... like, you are not defeating the accusations of predatory marketing when you do shit like that. That's the exact type of shit that drove Moreland out of the game.
Listen up, son. When you're part of a 1001 personage, you always want to make sure you go first. Take it from Dad. I do like this place, yeah. It's less money than Zephyros, but I like this place a lot more. I'm hoping Star's End is even more enjoyable than this. And I can go back to my deep, dark, damp hole in the bottom of the ocean. There's a good chance we see Sakurai on Global Lab either this week or next week if they want to, you know, stick to their roadmap timeline. Is it still less with Heralds and End Times at half price? It's probably closer, but I think it is still less, yeah. I think you also got to figure out what the true value of magical shards is, because I know they're not 6 mil. And that would also bump up Star's End. But I think Zephyros still wins a bit. What AP will the new Sakurai be? It'll be the same as Zephyros and Star's End.
What was my reasoning in swapping from a 5080 to a 5090? Longevity. Future proofing. Every single generation of GPU, I keep telling myself prices will go back to normal, right? And then they get worse, and then they get worse, and then they get worse. And now with all of the shortages and AI and all that shit, it looks like it's just going to continue to get worse. So I saw a good opportunity for a 5090 at a reasonable, I'm doing air quotes here, reasonable price. There was nothing reasonable about it. But I figured I want something that, you know, hopefully will last me a lot longer. I got a Zotac. Never had Zotac before. It's been serving me quite well.
This week on BBC Zoomalingo, we look at the term mid-off. It's a competition between two people that are both considered to be mid or below average.
Well, there's only one MSRP, right? And the original MSRP of the 5090s was $2,000 US. But, obviously, you know, that was doomed from the start. I ended up paying approximately I think it was $3,200 Canadian. So, divide that by 135 and then multiply it by 100, and that would be the US approximately. Do I really need the mana or AP buff? I mean, I'm below the cap right now. I'm at 1956, which is... yeah.
Clavicular almost caught a career-ending cortisol spike after a LARP maxed. Stacy tried justifying him on stream by calling him a good boy while he was mid-mog between two low-tier normies at ASU.
That is a whole lot of what? The fuck you just typed? Oh, by definition, we're adults. We're just not mature adults. Uh-oh. That's the sea calling me, chat. You hear that dinging? It's the bell on my boat. Sage ebuff? Yeah. Yeah, that could probably be adjusted. Oh, just give us luck, sages. I just realized I still have this freaking key presses on my screen. Get this shit out of here. What is this, your ringtone or something? It's kind of a banging ringtone. Let's check sailors one more time. Let's check sailors one more time. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the crit they put on it was dumb. Yeah, it was completely pointless. Confident. You'll take another one of those guys. Get on my boat. Get on there with the boys. Make sure you pack your best banana hammock. We're going to sea. Yeah, you have to change your underwear now. You hear that, Twitch? You need to start running diaper ads on my stream because people are shitting themselves with these redeems. Another confident. I need some realistic ones. Where the fuck are the realistic sailors? I'll take these guys.
Sailor Ditto. Okay. As you get older, can't trust every fart. You can't trust any fart. You kidding me? It's like playing Russian roulette. You never know when that chamber's loaded. At least with Russian roulette, you don't have to live with the consequences.
About it. There. Change our pets. Can we get pets that remember which character they're pulled out on? And it just automatically pulls the right pets out when you log back on that character? Please? For the love of fucking God! Please!
Cosby's threatened sexual act of eating fruity pebbles, Fruit Loops, Tricks, and blueberry or any other bright, colourful breakfast cereals, and then vomiting the tacky, colourful mixture onto your partner's chest. The result should look similar to the incredible sweaters that Bill Cosby wore during his highly successful 1980s sitcom The Cosby Show.
That's nasty. Oh my goodness. What rabbit hole are you going down? It's like you're looking up a bunch of weird fetishes. That sounds like a very dangerous rabbit hole to be going down. You might need an intervention. This big boat right here. This is Cavell's. Watch. Look at. Boom. Boom. Just doing circles around him. Can't touch this. And just like that. There you go. To the bottom of the ocean with you. The bottom of the ocean with you. Oh, I didn't realize that is Alacia. Cavell, you probably don't even have full deck Prion. You're just not a life skiller like I am. Stop posing. The whole life score Discord is laughing at you right now. Just every single one of them, they're just pointing and laughing at you. Saying LOL. What about the man who wasted money on fucking Pen Fallen God and still can't do Zephyros? Fucking 8 months later. Did Olvia Academy do this to me? Yeah, I'm pissed. Yeah, and you still won't be able to do Zephyros. Just wait till I get my Knoll before you do too. Damn, dropped a lot of loot. We're getting Solaire back tonight? No. Should be soon, though. It was supposed to come back in, wait, was it February or March? I think it was February, but now I can't remember. Type roadmap. That was the roadmap they gave us at the ball. Yeah, I thought it was February, but... I know there was something in March, I just can't remember what it was. realize I hit sprint. Or charge, I mean. Hex is a pretty sweet spot, man. They did a good job with that spot. I like spots where there's like a bunch of different things going on. In terms of like bosses and little mini events.
Hey
and
Jack,
stuff.
did I ever tell you the story about how I saved Bill while having ice cream cone from the invading forces of Siemens? I can't quite remember, but Megora seems to have good ice cream. Wait, where was I?
Hey, where the map's at, though? Oh, it's another secret sailing boat.
my fellow sailors, my tremendous sailors.
I'm grinding for the Knoll, yeah.
People are coming up to me all the time, tears in their eyes, saying, "Sir, BDO sailing used to be great." And they are right. They are absolutely right. For too long, weak captains, very weak, have let the seas get out of control. Sea monsters everywhere. Guts, old monk pirates, even the Margori currents, total disaster. Nobody knows currents better than me, believe me.
Aye, Mr. President. Man, we haven't got a map in a while! What's going on? Who's with the lighting over there? The fuck? Is there something going on over here? Is there a mermaid? Watch. I think it's that thing. I'm I'll be nice. I'm hunting the knoll. But yeah, the treasure item. Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe it was dimming because there was a mermaid. Had a mermaid out here one time, but it was at nighttime. Yo, what's up, Slonic? How you doing? Have I only managed to get one moss-covered map this cycle? Good. Hey, there we go. I just had to bitch about it. What do we get? Another centerpiece. I have 8 of these ones. I'm gonna have to hand a bunch of these bad boys in. Actually, we should take a second to repair this thing. Oh, we need repair kits. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Just gonna kill a couple more boats and we're gonna go out to back to Aquila's Eye. There's a... Oh, never mind. I fired them both off? Why the fuck isn't this one firing? Oh, I'm out of cannons. Oh. Some might say that I had no balls. Not me, though. Yeah, let's head back. I gotta get new sailors and stuff anyways. These guys are, I don't know, let's see how they are. Let's see, level 9. Shit, I might want to finish leveling those guys off. These two, I might level them up. Kill this ship since we found it along the way. Hey. Turning off. I'll end up getting it anyways. I'm not moving it? What the hell? I'm headed back to port right now anyways. That's why I'm not worried about it. Ugh. Okay, let's... Dude, how am I going to do this? I want to put these... Oh, I can just do this. I'll put those in there. I'll put these in there. Actually, I'll just keep these and just hand them all in. I really don't care about these at all. What is it again? Oh, oh fuck, that's right, I need more moss remover. I think I need 3 per, right? So if I'm doing 5, then I'll need 15. I think that should be all of them. I should have only 1 map. Yeah. Okay, now let's grab these back. Put those in here. Those are the ones we wanted to keep. So let's open these up. Let's see how we do. Give me a left piece. Okay, now it's another center. And another center. And another center. We're getting all the fucking pieces back! And we got a right side. And a bottom left. Well, we got 2 more of the centers we want, so maybe we'll just do that. We'll do this quest one more time. Oh. No, that wasn't it. That was top left. Gosh dang it. It's all right, though. Time for me to head out, though, chat. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out with me today. Let's see. Maybe I'll send you guys over to... Who am I sending you guys to? Where do you guys want to go? Type in chat real quick. First person of 3 votes gets there. Divios. That's 2 for Divios already. Holy shit. Vert. Is Vert even live? I don't even think Vert's live right now. No. Unless my thing just hasn't updated yet. No, still shows them offline. So it's 2 for Divios. Or I guess... Oh wait, you typed twice. There we go, there's number 3. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Much love to you. Tomorrow we will be back earlier than usual, and we'll be streaming a little bit longer than usual. Like, instead of me ending now, it'll probably be like an hour and a half later than today. So we'll be streaming a little bit longer tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. And we will catch you all later.